Oh my god. It's never changed. Yeah. Oh my god. It's fierce. It's so fierce. Motherfucker, man. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
And then he said, maybe some of the bad guys. Maybe some
When I close my eyes, I'm sleeping. This perfect vision in my mind, she's one of my dreams. Floating on down here, all around in her face. She knows how to take me there. She walks on the clouds. She puts on the breeze. She's my angel. She's sweet, sweet music. Her heart is pure as gold. Moving sway like magic. Like she holds. She laughs in the sunlight. You know she smiles in the rain. She dances in moonlight. She takes away all my pain. Yeah. She walks on the line. She floats on the breeze. She's my angel. She looks at me and smiles. Her blue eyes capture my soul. I sit and watch her for a while. The only one I wanna know. Cause nothing really matters, not when she's around. The snow clouds always scatter. She never touches the ground. Yeah, yeah. She walks on the ground. She puts on the breeze, my baby. She's my angel. Come and rescue me. Won't you come and rescue me?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
She's my angel. Come and rescue me. You want to come and rescue me?
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
She's my angel. She puts on the breeze. I said that. Oh yeah, yeah.
He's totally weird. Or his body is so weirdest. Mr. Peanut.
Yep, there you go.
Shalanda, a Rastar again. Yeah. Ha ha ha.
On my couch.
Yeah, you saying things I can't believe. If you tried on my journey, you will feel. I stay firm on my feet. This is my life, and it's my time. I'ma show the world that I'ma do it right.
Their outage is resolved. Their outage is resolved.
Once you see on the man face, you see it in his eyes. Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. Once you see on the man face, eyes never lie. Now you reach too far just to turn back. It's the way of life, you got to learn that. It's the right teaching, so don't go around that. I don't care how you feel. Have I known you would learn?
Shenanigans.
If you don't be strong, they will drown.
Oh, shit on the wall. Animal House is a pretty fucking funny movie.
What you see on the man face, eyes never lie. This is my life, and it's my time. I'ma show the world that I'ma do it right. Have I told you they would love you? If you don't be strong, they will drown you. You see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, you see in his eyes. What you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, eyes never lie. Hear you saying things I can't believe it. If you try on my journey, you will feel it. I stay firm on my feet, I never kneel it. Cause righteousness, this is my life, and it's my time. I'ma show the world that I'ma do it right. Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, you see in his eyes. Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, eyes never lie. Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, you see in his eyes. Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, eyes never lie. A Rasta, yeah? Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, you see in his eyes. Once you see them in the day, you see them in the night. What you see on the man's face, eyes never lie.
I never saw the ocean, I never saw the sea. But I saw you, and you saw me. I cried for you, and you cried for me. When I didn't know I was yours. Gotta be married, but now I'm buried inside my grave. I take you.
If I knew that this was love, I would give my heart this was love. I will break my heart in two. Darling, you know I am, and darling, you know.
No spoilers.
Gotta call him now. Gotta call and tell us. Even though my cause for her. Gotta call for makeup. Gotta call for tub. Gotta call for loving. You know my God from hell. What she knows. She knows she's the one that she calls. The way that she knows, she knows she is so smart. And she calls. There she calls. Touching it out. She is so joy to me.
I don't want any more. He's leaving.
Nice. What?
I don't want to fuck him anymore. He's leaving. He betrayed me.
The ways are wrong, not there. She knows she's the one that she calls. To learn and she knows she's so strong.
The storm in Mardi Gras.
I've been with many girls, been to many towns.
That's yeah. Well, I'm going.
Right down over the sea, wood faces all
The real
around.
ID. It's implemented in May,
It's true, you're
and
cool.
you need one to have to enter a federal building.
It's true, you're cool. Better than all the way.
Right.
You got me biting off my fingers and chewing on my nails, shaking like a dog and wagging my tail. You got me speaking in French and writing in Chinese, swimming through the ocean and swinging from the trees. And if I'm half as cool as I think I can be, well then let me tell you, you're in for a treat. And if I'm half as cool as I think I am, baby, let me tell you, you're with the real
poke you with a stick. We could do it while you're sleeping, so you won't feel the hit. You gotta stick it in rhythm and talking in rhymes, counting every minute and wasting my time. And if I'm half as cool as I think I ought to be, well then let me tell you, you're in for a treat. And if I'm half as cool as I think I am, baby, let me tell you, you're with a real man. Maybe I could be your hero. Maybe I could be a Superman. You just need
Oh,
someone
shit.
to talk to, and now I understand. Maybe I could be your hero. Maybe I could be your hero. Maybe I could be your hero. Maybe I could be a Superman. Maybe I could be your hero. Maybe I could be a Superman. You just need someone to talk to, and now I understand.
Too many hard times ate at us, and at times it was just too hard to trust. And maybe it could have been something better. It could have been something real, and now I'm unable to feel you there. Today is broken. I've awoken an ocean of belief with the seas of trees. Every single time I'm feeling the need to recede and conceive, I just believe.
Shut up, Rita.
Coming back to me, we scrape off the floor, baby, just
Take it out.
I know soul is what you feel when
Drug man.
losing what you still break the seal and push these demons
forever one.
so I can see something other than a tessellate to personality. The face is a plaster. Faster can I break away into a world of fate? Change disarray is what keeps us moving on. Doing this too long. Let me say when we're straight to fall from the path behind. I've just decided that the grass is greener on the other side. Many times I've lied, and it's a story of my life. So don't write it out to me. You're proud of me. You be proud. Memories go loud. You're right to tell me.
Oh. Oh. Oh, sorry. I was laughing at something totally different.
But life goes on and you know that it will be better tomorrow. So drown it and you can sing all the time while you wait for your food to rain. And if you're looking for something to stay outside of your door, just grab and go. Don't stare at the floor anymore now. How can you live life like that? To know it's not that bad. Just open up and listen to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just open up and listen to me.
Sign up for the PS5 card and get your first month free. $1 down, $24
Unless they get kind of understand because they do have to pay their protesters. You see what we know?
Man, steamroller. Too soon.
I'm like, never mind.
I will not let you fall so easily in front of me. Stand up and dust yourself off. Who's to tell you who to be? Take a breath, relax for a while. Don't listen to their voices. Lift your head and smile. You will be strong. Words are words, thoughts can hurt. You're just waiting to be heard. You will never fall alone. Losing every breath, every step. Open up your eyes, look up and see the skies so clear enough.
Today, I was totally not fooled by TikTok. Ever. I'm much more mature.
Okay, not that little boy that has to do it.
All of the waves are crashing, wind is blowing. It's hard to stand the pressure of all the things they have to say. Let it out. Tell me just
Oh, they're cherry picker, right? Oh, see, we're drawing any cherries left in the bunch.
Hold on to what is real. You will be strong.
Oh, they scheduled mine.
You're just waiting to be heard. You will never fall alone. Losing every breath with every step. Open up your eyes, look up and see the skies so clear enough. Ooh, clear enough.
Do I need a passport if I have a star card?
Now I can see the sun.
And I know it's due to mistakes I've been making and chances I'm taking on us. I have so much that I want to say, but sometimes words get in the way. More hurting than healing is done by my voice, but somehow I find a way to easily rejoice. There is too many things to do, too little
What?
time
Oh.
to do them. Too much distraction in this world for two
Yeah.
people to have.
Mm.
Too many times I found it hard to
Oh.
get through to you. If I say I love you, will you understand?
Huh.
I know sometimes you
Oh
think
no.
that
Okay.
I don't know you're there.
Sure.
You're thinking that
Yeah,
I
shit
don't
smashing into each other all over the place.
Hey, I can do this.
is stronger than that.
Like Airplane 2, where he's like fucking with the shuttle. Shit.
Living miles away, I'm thinking about you every day, every hour. 'Cause you have the power to hold on to me. There is too many things to do with too little time to do them. Too much distraction in this world for two people to have. Too many times I found it hard to get through to you. If I say I love you, will you understand? There is too many things to do with too little time.
That guy.
Yep.
Too much distraction in this world for two people to have. Too many times I found it hard to get through to you. I say I love you, will you understand?
Another career. Holy shit.
The scene was just
Bending over backwards trying to figure you out. And I think I know the answers, but the questions are in doubt. And I'm acting indifferent as I'm trying to catch your eye. Acting stupid, innocent and shy. Yeah, I've been embarrassed by some things that I've done. But if you take a look around, I left the way you want. Take a job, trying to play it cool and like I know she fucking do. She ain't got nothing on me. I ain't a sucker fool. And she's acting indifferent as she's shaking like a snake. Writhing on the floor, thinking I will take the bait.
Are you thinking more about weird shit? And just whatever shit you want. You're gonna start to discover that basically everything's fine. Just find what you like. I like that with everybody. That's part of the problem. Everybody can try everything. And we have to like discover what
Bending over backwards and I push it till it breaks. And I think she thinks I think she's too good to waste. And on the way home we hit up a parking lot. Hop in the back and we give it all we got. Yeah, I've been embarrassed by some things that I've done. But if you take a look around, I'm not the only one. Take the job, you know it's gotta get done. Because it's shoot, desperado.
pretty fun though.
Leather boots and cowboy caps, popping pills and aspirin baths. Born and bred on pure imagination, selfish creatures fall on infatuation.
Oh yeah.
Well, if I told you once, told you 1,000 times. Oh, if I told you once, told you 1,000 times. Better put that stick down before you put on your eye. Now get down off that chair, you're gonna break your neck. Boy, get down off that chair, you're gonna break your neck.
My mama want me, but yo, did my own thing instead. Stay away from that girl. She's gonna break your heart. Mama want me, but yo, oh, should've listened from the start.
That's awesome.
Mama want me, but yo, should have listened from the start. Mama want me, but yo, should have listened from the start. Oh, stay away from that girl. She's gonna break your heart.
Spell the words and take your bet. Open up to promises. The showy smile of eagerness is breaking out of the mess. Ambers rise and light the night. Strings and sounds creating life. A whole new world outside my head. Dancing around the orange and red. Take it all the way. We keep the promises we made. Take it all away. We keep the promises we made. Fleeting light approaching dark, a dead-end street, an empty park. Shining through the dusk is clear. No place is better than right here. Take it all away. We keep the promises we made. Take it all away. We keep the promises we made. Let the snow fall in the spring. Summer calls, we're listening. something new that left each memory fell with you. Take it all, take it all, take it all.
Jesus Christ, man. So fucked up. Oh boy.
Take it all away. To keep the promises we made. Take it all away. To keep the promises we made. Take it all away. To keep the promises we made. Take it all away. But keep the promises we made. The promises we made.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Standing by the road with the wind and I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me, waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes not thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. They say it won't last forever, always have the future on their mind, working way too hard to be clever. The present moment is outside of time. Save your words and step outside the line. Every now and then I remember that I know what it is I sometimes fail to see. Don't need to fight it, don't need to put on a show. Takes a lot of work to let it be. Trying to open up to every stage in the day. Trying to find a reason and a rhyme. Trying to second guess all the situations in the day. Trying hard not to read your mind. They say you don't love the thinking, but you know what I'm thinking right now. There ain't no secret teasing or winning, while we're wondering when and where and how. The only time that we have is now. Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me. Waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes not thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. They
say it won't last forever. Always have the future on their mind. Working way too hard to be clever. The present moment is outside of time. Save your words and step outside the line.
Jesus Christ. She's looking like shit. Oh, shit.
God will just be considered a myth, and maybe love will get by, but then again, love is suicide. And maybe the world's not as sad as it seems. Maybe it's a joke or an awful dream. And maybe the end is not as bad as it seems. Maybe it's the start of a new beginning.
Let's see. Oliver's response.
Come down to the sky with me. fly so high. I can't resist you. No, just can't get away. You're my lucky star. You shine so bright, like a ray of light. Sent from up above. Baby, you're my supernova, yeah. Baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, oh, I need you in my dreams. I see you. I got to have you. You drive me wild. I can't resist you. No, just can't get away. You're my lucky star. You shine so bright, like a ray of light. Step from up above. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, oh, baby, Is this love that I'm feeling? I know for sure that it is. You got me swimming in your love ocean. I just can't say no to you. Ow, 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 ow. Is this love that I'm feeling? I can't resist you. No, just can't get away. You're my lucky star. You shine so bright, like a ray of light, sent from up above. Baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. 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 Oh, baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Baby, you're my supernova, supernova, yeah. Oh, 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 oh, oh.
Get away from peaceful society. Facebook and Twitter nation, I'm disturbing to me. Are we people or are we machines? We're running around just like herds of sheep. It really makes me weak. Our leaders are so mean. Power hungry, free. Their corruption reigns. Money grubbing thieves. Future looks so bleak. How can they sleep? How can they sleep? I've got to get away.
Lyrics.
Far, far away from the media hype. Get away from the 9 to 5. Get away from the daily grind. Time after time, they cross the line. Time after time, they rob us blind. Day after day, they organize crime. Day after day, they spread their lies. I've got to get away. Got to get away. Got to get away. Bound to get away.
Oh, yeah, oh,
Be away to a mountain high where the powder is deep and the weed is fine. Get away, I need clear blue skies. Leave today, I'm wound up so tight, so goddamn tight. I've got to unwind, unwind, unwind. God, show me a sign, show me the light, show me the light. Goodbye, 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 city life. I've got to get away, bound to get away, bound to get away, bound to get away. I gotta get away, get away.
You sing that chord? Oh, okay.
so it may very well be
Cat 6 is
yeah, there's another cat 5, which should be cat 6. But since everything that is from is that one. Oh no. See the little boxes from darker gray or whatever. I might go back and forth.
Yeah. See what happens. We start shipping U.S. citizens off to Russia for prison imprisonment.
If you're on the other side of the gas, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, American citizens as well as
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something to do with, influencing on contracts. Seems like that has to be some type of crime, right?
Yeah. Conflict of interest. Shit.
Yeah, they got a term for it, right? Or like,
Conflict of interest.
well, yeah, no, but it's conflict of interest where you get gifts or you have an emoluments clause. Where you have to get rid of those like
Right. Smells like pig.
it could be, that you take it out one and then install it. Oh, you don't get easy.
Yeah. You're woke.
Well, they amount deal between Paramount and West. He sued them at, I think defamation, and they paid him $15 million. And that started use feeling like they have to capitulate.
Yeah.
And then he knows he's got him basically.
President Trump's foreign policy vision largely aligns with theirs. After the late session of the Potomac here in Washington and those morning again, the black box should float to the passenger nearby. So what's happening? Why the alerts and is this system pedestrians a deadly attack? Put in such a
He's already dead.
You know, but there's too much effort going on to tell people now.
Poor Christians.
Huh?
Poor Christians.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Weird. I didn't win, but she got nominated.
Because she. I forgot. Alright, we're doing this update. We should do it. It's your old Tuesday.
Yeah.
Look, I look perfect even when it's still fun.
Canada and Mexico that he says will go into effect at midnight tonight. China as well. The Dow dropping more than 600 points. We're also tracking these wildfires in South Carolina. They're going to begin tonight in this major liquor store moving across the country in the south. More than $115 million of blizzard conditions, high winds, and
Worry about there.
right now. Tonight, winter weather across the plains, severe weather in the south.
Kind of intense.
And every day she'd sit and wait,
Worry
and
about
every day she'd contemplate, and every day
That's
she'd
better.
sit and wait to
Like,
find
all
a
y'all.
way. I really wish tonight she could have all she
They forget
ever
there's a
wanted,
lesson.
and I really wish
You're
tonight
gonna
she
make
could make
it
things
as
happen. I really wish
system
tonight
does.
she could make
Trying to
things
that's why
happen.
you're right, but
Let's get right to Peter on this information with us tracking it all. Hi, Peter.
Hi, David. It wasn't done everything.
Got in her mind,
Or you'll see when I have here for stand
Mhm.
out for Texas.
Hopes are just a lottery, and dreams are just a fantasy. The grass always seems so much greener on the other side. I really wish tonight she could have all she ever wanted, and I really wish tonight she could make things
Yeah, that's
happen.
interesting.
I really wish tonight she could make
We have to
things
go all the way
happen.
over to Nashville. Now that's more wind ahead of the actual system. Really high pressure gradient, meaning a big change in pressure over a small distance. That's to give us yeah, not farther. There's another weird problem.
In fact, we'll all photograph and every day the rhetoric will eat away her brain. I really wish tonight she could have all she ever wanted, and I really wish tonight she could make things happen. I really wish tonight she could make a change, but somehow everything always stays the same.
go back to the rest of the weather.
I can't find a reason
Mm.
for the things I say. It's always the words that seem to get in the way. Can't get the thoughts out of my head. All the things I shouldn't have said. I'll make everything alright and give you something
Marshall.
more. But I've always
Walking into your outdoor. Your outdoor.
Yeah, what?
And you know, the coffee stuff.
Yeah.
I guess it's better.
Torn me to two worlds of love, selfish lies.
Pretty high flames.
There's no place to hide. I hear it in your heart. I see it in your eyes now, baby. 'Cause I'm gonna make everything alright and give you something more. But I always seem to be walking into your outdoor. Walking into your outdoor.
What it is, though, right? No. Oh, it's hypnotizing us. Brainwashing us.
Yes, yes. Like my vagina. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Just keep doing that till he's richer than most.
Yep.
We was raised upright and thoroughly schooled to walk straight and narrow. We got nothing to show, everything we own.
Either side.
President Trump's announcement
Got no money in the bank and there ain't no job to be
Canada,
found.
Mexico, and
Maybe it's time to be back. Come on, Lizzie. We want you and me.
Trump adding a 25% tax on all goods coming across the border from Mexico to Canada and an additional 10% on Chinese products. Economists point out the cost will be paid by American businesses who will pass it on by raising prices. By one estimate, the average household will spend
Keeps going up, though.
on everything from electronics.
There's this little shop just over the track. We can help them.
They said 2 to 12,000 or some shit on a new car.
Well, we treat them fine and show them a good time. Practice in our new profession. Come on, Lizzie.
Their current plans for exporting drugs to the United States.
The legendary F-4 Buffett told terrorists to slow down the war.
Come on, Lizzie. I'm tired of being poor. There's a better
I've done a bunch. Great. Mm. Awesome.
Down the road, I'm on that road at 1-3 o'clock in the morning. Listen, gotta get out of town. We gotta catch a ride in somebody's
Well, I mean, is it that, or is it because we want businesses to build in the U.S.?
wondering where their husbands are. Come on, Lizzie. Come on, Randy. Well, they're all get up. They show no mercy. Come on, Lizzie. Leave your kids behind. Well, we'll jump into a fire and take our hand to your fire. Come on, Lizzie. Come on, Lizzie. Come on,
Good shit, Chuck.
come on, Lizzie.
You think? Look at their stock portfolios.
My retailer doing a bunch of Tesla stuff when it gets the first time. Some of this is more like, it's like truck that truck.
Asking the president today what would it take to make the deal with Zelensky after all. As the Kremlin tonight now says President Trump's vision largely aligns with theirs.
Tonight at the White House, I pressed President Trump what it would take to restart negotiations.
But I just think you should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them.
Sometimes it gets lonely.
You smell like shit.
Out here on the plain.
Look at your hair.
Throat keeps crying thirsty and my head keeps aching. That's okay, I sure can take it. I'm a man of steel. When you said you didn't care, you said I never will. Cause I'm free and easy, nothing's on my mind. Feel so light and easy, wasting all my time. Ever since you left me, you've tried to make me small, but I'm free and easy, don't think to it all. Been 2 months since you've been gone, I've been by myself. And all this time I've been alone, been with someone else. That's okay, I sure can take it. You can't make me cry. You said you were leaving me, I just said goodbye. Cause I'm free and easy, nothing's on my mind. Feel so light and easy, wasting all my time. Never since you left me, tried to make me small, but I'm free and easy, don't you do it all.
Largely in line with their vision.
Well, I tell you what, I think the next to the thing, you have to make a deal with Russia. You have to make a deal with Ukraine. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal, and if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be out very long.
And late tonight,
There's Russia.
news. President Trump has officially ordered a pause.
Now that time's passed, you
Would that be
say
a
you've
crime?
had a change of heart.
Made it clear that he wants
Maybe
lasting
we should try again, make a brand new start. That's okay, I just won't take it, I'll be who I am. You said you were coming home, I just said no man, cause I'm free and easy, nothing's on my mind. I feel so light and easy, wasting all my time. Ever since you left me, tried to make me small, but I'm free and easy, don't think do it all. Free and easy, nothing's on my mind. Feel so light and easy, wasting all my time. Ever since you left me, tried to make me small, but I'm free and easy, don't think do it all.
pilots received initial alerts on final approach to break a national airport. But this time, it would appear those verdict authorities are asking, what's going on? Sources with direct knowledge told ABC News 6 planes received those mid-air collision warnings in the cockpit Saturday, but Brady forced to report program. Those traffic collision warning systems known as TCAS alert pilots if a new aircraft is nearby or on a collision course with their plane, but no other planes were close. Experts say it's critical these systems work properly to avoid false alarms.
You know, those will fix it. Those will fix it.
They try to take my home when I'm all alone. They creep into my body. Say it's time to go. I resist. I wanna grow old, but dead. I took my word up the snake, let my fingers decay. My eyes, they reach for the heavens, but the heavens were fading.
You're old and fat. You're gonna die. There ain't no God.
I want to be help. Now the water is green, green as I've ever seen. It's up and covered my field, put him into my dream. Oh, I persist.
I'm having trouble.
My body starts to shiver.
Oh shit.
My head starts to
Jazz hands.
feel you coming.
I don't see it defying gravity. Man, wires.
Where?
Are they on wires or something?
Yeah.
What? Cool what? That was cool. Look at my knee. Slug. Slug.
Pages in front of me claim to know the answers now. I know the truth, but I'm too scared of what comes after this. Don't know which side to choose. Everything's changing. I know I'm gonna have to lose. My mind's exchanging. The truth is mine escape. Everything's changing. It's all the same, but everything's broken. And you wanna change. My mind's rearranging. You want the same. The future is open. Come to me. I know you hear my plea. Everything I read tells me you're a part of me. So where are you now? 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 What will come from this? No one seems to know it's real anymore. I've got one foot in the door. This mind escape. Everything's changing. I don't know who I wanna be. I don't know who I am. Come to me. I know you hear my plea. Everything I read tells me you're a part of me. So where are you now? 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 This mind escape. Everything's changing. I don't know who I wanna be. I don't know who I am. Come to me. I know you hear my plea. Everything I read tells me you're a part of me. So where are you now? So where are you now? Where are you now? So where are you now?
When the lights dim down, the sound while the wind blows through your mind, blow away what you left behind. Time will come and time will go. Feels the truth that time may show. To be there in the night, and standing in the light. When those ships come home, never more to roam. Well, I brave that storm again. It doesn't matter when. Sun will shine where the fields may grow. Tell me where you want to go. I'll be standing by to see the night wings fly. And I can always see what's right in front of me. And I don't always know exactly where to go. Learn to trust the wind as you sail around the bend. Let the stars march across. When the sun comes up, it will my guitar in hand, I'll be searching for a place to land. Thinking back to an open space, you were standing in my place. I'll be staying there with the sea mist ending. I'll be marking time. We'll get a chance to drive. On the rocks above the sea, you'll never feel more free. Days will pass and time's free flow with potlatch dreams where the white smoke blows. To be there in the night and standing in the light, and I can always see what's right in front of me, and I don't always know exactly where to go. Learn to trust the wind
hands. But because can't be taken there for you.
We push our cart past fields of broken, blighted ground. The constables came round and pulled our cottage down. Empty bellies, empty pockets, miles afoot without rest. There's nothing for us but to sail into the west. And we are bound upon a wheel, our lives a judgment without appeal. But there's no other, so we pray the Lord our souls to bless, and we sail into the west. The packed like cargo in a hold too dark to see. Our companions are the rat and the flea. Of all who left our isles shores, every day we are one less. Still we endure, and we sail into the west. And we are bound upon a wheel, our lives a judgment without appeal. But there's no other, so we pray for the Lord our souls to bless, and we sail into the west. We slave away in their factories for eager sum. Then we booze in cheap saloons in the Irish slum. Of beggars drink at best, drink up and sing how we sail into the west. The railroad lines are laid across the immigrant's back. It's the pick, the spade, and the mick for laying track. Seamus is off with a huckster's map, tucked away in his vest. He's for the gold fields somewhere in the west. And we are bound upon a wheel, our lives a judgment without appeal. But there's no other, so we pray the Lord our souls to bless, and we sail into the west. And we sail into the west, into the west.
Also, car driver Ken Best for the third year in a row.
To the west.
Learn the CRA for yourself. See your Southern Idaho Honda dealer today. President Trump is making it more expensive for Mexico and Canada to get their products through the door, and that the cost of the packages left on your front porch.
At a time when 3 out of 4 Americans are telling CBS News their incomes are not with inflation, and a minute past midnight, a 25% tax takes effect on imports from America's closest and biggest trading partners.
The announcement had investors running for the exits in NVIDIA,
Chinese stores. Tonight, the Congress wants to place on a trade war that will cause after falling one threat. President Trump says there's a simple solution for countries that want to avoid
what they have to do. If their car plants for anything and other things here in the United States.
Taiwanese semiconductor chip manufacturing company said she spent $100 million in manufacturing plants. And the president said Japan. He's a former State Department official. Trump argues that they're going to slap all of that so that everyone's just going to like American manufacturing, they're capitalism, and that's the time. That doesn't happen. That could take years because there's huge costs of transition. Another reason. Study estimates that new tariffs could cost the average U.S. family more than $1,200 a year. You just want to know, what does this mean for me? How much of the cost, or am I going to have to pay?
You're going to have to pay. It doesn't mean you're going to have to pay exactly what the tariff is. We remember candidate Trump promising to lower prices on day one. What is he going to say about the world economy?
Prices, and in fact has not talked about the overall economy in terms of specific actions he has taken to immediately lower the prices. Now, his economic team says, well, it's only been 6 weeks since he took office, so you have to give us some time for the policies to take effect. And the White House says he'll talk about all of this when he addresses the joint session of Congress tomorrow night. And those are there is the weather summary, yes. Yeah, the president announced that next month the U.S. will impose reciprocal tariffs on any country that has a deal on American exports. And a new study from the University of Michigan shows that all these tariffs are already having an impact, which are the consumer confidence decreased by 10% since January, and it will likely impact consumer spending.
Asia has that consumer spending.
Honey, I still love you, don't care if I was Honey, I still love you, machine gun beauty queen. As the passers-by watching the civilians scream, it's a
They say that the Department of Agriculture has a plan to deal with the bird flu and then deal with the costs. And so far, they claim that the economy is doing great, and because of all these bigger actions that Trump is taking, whether it's with DOGE or whether it's with tariffs, they say it will have an impact and boost that confidence overall.
Just got away. Misha Jang at the White House. Thank you, Misha.
Well, China has already found a way around U.S. tariffs on imports.
And according to reports, China is exporting its factories.
The 2-hour drive outside the Cambodian capital has 46 residents. Moments later, an massage picking up some signage in 2 languages. The language is Mandarin and Chinese. But it's very clear who is in charge of this special economic zone rising from the dirt. The manager of this furniture factory,
The Delta calls my name too soon.
in China,
I tried to listen for the man on the radio. Tell me the way to go.
in 2016, President Trump's
Night
office
tapping at my window.
roughly $3 billion. Last year, they topped 12,
There's the smell of
representing nearly 30% of the country's GDP. The Cambodian government says more than half of the
next day is a struggle.
skirting US tariffs. Economists have spoken to say they are planning to rise. But there are
The
fears
sun don't cast a shadow if there's nothing in the way.
and concerned that President Trump will define the tariffs on Cambodia considering the Chinese. Mr. Wong moved to Cambodia 20 years ago, capitalizing on tax breaks and lower wages. When the trade war began in 2018, corporations in Cambodia are now exporting 60% of its garments to the US.
Already tariffs on China. President Trump says he's going to add more tariffs to China.
The Delta's got a reason to
Chinese manufacturers said they're going to feel some pain. We spoke to one who said she'll try to avoid the tariffs. American customers. But those retaliatory tariffs we saw from China ran signal last month. Now they're going to target US agriculture and US farmers.
China had China's National People's Congress talks on Wednesday that
take his dollar bill, turn around, run faster.
That's why Mary's
Delta turns to desert the more I run. Desert speaks her mind and I am done.
we expect the president to have much more to say about tariffs and other issues when he addresses a joint session of the House and Senate and the American people tomorrow evening.
Grace and I'm live coverage beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We have more top stories from around the world in tonight's evening news roundup, beginning with a new setback for Pope Francis as he battles double pneumonia in a rural hospital. He had more breathing problems today. Doctors twice had to clear his lungs. Francis is 88. His prognosis remains guarded. CBS News has confirmed the Trump administration is pausing military aid to Ukraine. Sources tell CBS's Margaret Brennan it is not a permanent end to aid, but a pause. The administration has not yet authorized the drawdown of the remaining $3.8 billion in military shipments. A number of passenger planes on final approach to Reagan National Airport this weekend received apparent false alarms from their collision avoidance systems. Senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve joins us. Chris, we've had enough of regular alarms now. These are false alarms. John, we've poured through hours of air traffic control audio from Saturday at Washington Reagan Airport and identified at least 12 flights that have received these false alarms from their onboard collision avoidance systems. 6 of them, in fact, encouraged the plane to take evasive maneuvers. At least 3 did go around before safely landing. Now, this is the same airport where that deadly mid-air collision occurred in January. Flyers are already on edge. Now, the FAA is investigating and looking into the possibility that some kind of external interference may have triggered these alarms. We do know that all 12 of these planes we identified were regional jets, 2 different makes of regional jets. Other airplanes did not receive these orders. So
Subtle tips that turbulence has lasted, breaking through the clouds. ground has been replaced with overwhelming sound. We love you and you know we'll make it through somehow. So you can rest easy, it can't hurt you now.
Military trauma hospital, injured soldiers told us they have no choice but to keep fighting against Russia.
Now I'm stuck here in time, putting notes to words I can't find. How do I really describe the way your heart was always beating for everyone else but yourself? Wake me up, wake me up, wake me up. I'll see you not soon enough, but my wings are too small, and right now I have no way to fly with you.
For our traditional Brazilian service, you'll get to choose and choose a kit from fresh salads, hot side dishes, hundreds of desserts, 12 different.
I hold on today, memories go away, stuck on little things I can't stop missing. Now I'm stuck here in time, putting notes to words I can't find. How do I really describe the way your heart was always beating for everyone else but yourself? Wake me up, wake me up, wake me up. I'll see you not soon enough, but my wings are too small, and right now I have no way to fly with you.
Trump made a post on social media, one of the worst statements Zelensky could have made, and said the U.S. will not cooperate for much longer. War near 150 years later has left 3/4 million people dead, within that includes civilians and military. MTS Tire at just 26 years old, veteran professionals and others were praised as trauma specialists. Operating soldier was having started surgery.
This is not a dream. How do I make it? Nothing is how it seems. I'm losing you. Inside, putting notes to words I can't find. How do I describe how it would be? Now I'm stuck here in time, putting notes to words I can't find. How do I really describe the way your heart was always beating for everyone else but yourself? Wake me up, wake me up, wake me up. I'll see you not soon enough, but my wings are too small, and right now, right now, right now, wake me up, wake me up. It was too soon, I didn't have
Of course, sick of my granddaughter said, I must protect herself to protect Ukraine. This a fight for Ukraine. Everyone who is here feels it. We'll keep you going. We understand that if we work together, we can fight this terrorism. And when our friends help us, we are better. And MTS tie-up joins us now from Kyiv. You have really extraordinary access there, MTS. So what's the mood of the people there in Ukraine? What are they counting as their friends nowadays? Yeah, well, the many Ukrainians we've been speaking to, from soldiers to politicians, they tell us they believe the U.S. and Ukraine are still friends. that the connection between these two nations runs far deeper than security guarantees. Well, that had been here feeling that Ukraine is not alone. Okay, thanks so much. MTS Taya in Kiev tonight.
Hundreds of wildfires are burning in North and South Carolina, but firefighters battling them got a break from the weather today.
The wind that was helping spread the flames all that's all knocked down by Pennsylvania's not that fire.
Yeah, you're right. The wind from Carolina has relaxed, but not the case off to the west. Every color depicted here shows you some kind of a wind warning. Pay close attention to the bright red patches in New Mexico. That 5.6 until tomorrow. It's rain, and there is some rain on the way. How it is, you could probably count the severe weather. Overnight tonight, starting about 4 a.m. for Dallas, about 7 a.m. for straight line, straight down. Right here, this is a strong line of storms as it makes its track. This section of the country, it's Washington, D.C., all the way down to Savannah, Georgia. As for the Carolinas, which is what we started talking about, winds come back to play on Wednesday, but it becomes also a long way to take the gentlemen.
Right, thank you.
Federal workers targeted in a mass firing during this job
In America is next. President Trump is giving the heads of federal agencies until next week to submit plans for eliminating more permanent jobs. The thousands being cut in the mass firings are much more than numbers on a payroll list, and every one of them has a story. Caitlin Burns has tonight's Eye America.
Everyone for lunch today. We joined Kate's Cave Friday morning as she made her kids lunch, dropped them off at the bus stop, and headed to her office at USAID, where she was a program analyst. Kate was one of thousands of federal employees who received an email saying they're being affected by a reduction in force, government speak, or were fired.
It has been one of the hardest months of my life to feel that I did something wrong when all we were trying to do was the right thing.
They're increasingly viewed as the villains.
That's top Trump official Russell Lowe talking to his right-wing think tank in 2023. Lowe has helped billionaire Elon Musk carry out the mass firings across the federal government. Last week, Lowe sent this memo directing agencies to plan for a significant reduction in the number of full-time workers, an effort to shrink the government that could ultimately leave 700,000 federal employees across the country out of a job. That trauma was on display Friday as USAID workers left the building for the last time.
USAID saves lives. Everyone is productive work, that's right. We make America safer.
For the last 2 years, Kate Save's job was to make thousands of humanitarian programs around the world run efficiently, a role she optimistically believed would match the priorities of the new administration.
One of our senior leaders came up to me at one point, asked me in the hall, and said, "Be prepared, you're the most popular girl in a couple weeks."
Her illusions faded last month when Musk tweeted about feeding USAID into the wood chipper. The next day, Scaife couldn't log on to her work devices.
I felt disappeared, right? All of our work was made invisible too.
We rode with Scaife as she drove to the office.
I've got my kids' pictures. You leave it there thinking, better leave it on Monday.
She was allowed 15 minutes to clean out her desk.
I just felt really demeaning to be treated like that.
Scaife had been the breadwinner in her family.
Talk to your kids about this. It was so hard to tell them things like, we made summer plans for camps and, I can't afford that. It feels like work was a big part of your identity. I feel like I'm my best mom when I have this other part of me that helps me to feel engaged I'll find something that gives me that same joy of feeling now living for hundreds of thousands of federal workers who are out on America. I'm feeling confirmed in Silver Spring, Maryland.
In tomorrow's time, there's the impact of the Southern California wildfires burning out the land. The long-term effects of the toxic ash on the oceans. And John and I will get back.
She did the verse for a living. I almost worked hard. It barely delivers. Retires from the find everything to commercial time.
Today, moments before the gunman was to stand trial, being pleaded guilty. He was 24. He's expected to spend the rest of his life in prison.
And lest they forget, these are the folks who were killed by a truck-driving terrorist this day before he was shot dead by the police. The victims, Tiger Besh, a 27-year-old former football star in Princeton.
And this is
Everything starts to slow down when you stop and take a look around. Everything that I see, it all starts to make sense. Got struck by lightning, won the lottery, and I took my chances just playing on the streets. Got a parking ticket with the pay the fine, and I met my baby while we were standing in line. Here's the morning, everything most don't see it. You know just what I
military aid to Ukraine. CBS is bringing Inocencio is in London.
what we do.
Now you are on high alert. The first
Most
time
don't see it, but I know
from the federal government. CBS's Katie Weiss reports from New Orleans. Iron Man, for the first time, privately built spacecraft sets up camp on the building. Philadelphia death from illegal suspicion. Let's look some more right after our news headlines. Military aid in Gaza are stockpiling, realizing pressures on us to extend the ceasefire, which ended last weekend. Hundreds of trucks active across the each day. Israel says it wants to return the remaining hostages to the terrorists kidnapped on October 7th. Yesterday, Germany a suspect intentional probe. Hearing video capture the German man is in custody. Officials in Carolina are reporting about an elevated wildfire threat. Fire crews are battling more than 100 fires, the largest
infinity.
1,600
You will soon be able to be. You won't need to get in your car, no. Where we're going said it ain't very far. They're 360 degrees. You will soon be able to see. You won't believe that old minister will travel like headed on. Well, most don't see it.
Things that came out of this meeting over the weekend. John, yeah, good to see you. Donors, Prime Minister Starmer announced funding of £1.6 billion for Ukraine. That's about $2 billion US. And this is why some 5,000 British air defense country and then there's France, there's partial ceasefire in French media. The UK here says that there are still many different plans being discussed. Some of those Ukraine and expecting more countries may make announcements on what time. And these proposals are they enforced in Germany? Frankly, yes. Out of necessity, Trump is listening to what we saw in the White House on Friday ended up with the wake-up call about American liability. And there are two levels of security to this one. It's not just about European nations helping bolster Ukraine security. It is also about European nations helping bolster U.S. security at large.
Don't get shoot, you just get wing. Everybody there knows how to chill. Like Jerry Garcia from Jericho. Don't bring your money, there ain't nothing to buy. When you wanna leave, just get up and fly. Never have to worry about having any fun. Never any clouds around you. What we do, goes down, but I know taking on everything. Just take a step back. You know that's what I
defense package for Ukraine that also includes Ukraine. That's going to happen in Brussels. There are many open questions right now, for example, on how much assistance are they going to use, what weapons and potentially troop deployment, if any, and whether it will all be enough to counter Russia and join impossibly without the United States.
Remy in Asensio in London for us. Thank you so much, Remy. Last week was at the direction of the acting U.S. Attorney in D.C., Ed Martin. Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland joins me now. Scott, what was the reason for these demotions that were given?
Ed Martin has made the argument on social media that echoes the claims from Donald Trump that he believed the Justice Department was weaponized in previous years against the political foes of Donald Trump's and focused enough on producing violent attack allegations in the District of Columbia. So Ed Martin has justified all this by saying he needs to reconfigure and not overhaul his office, and this obscure office, John, as attorney for the District of Columbia. But this is sending shockwaves across the Justice Department. A sign critics say that building the thumb of President Trump moving forward.
And remind us again of who Ed Martin is.
Ed Martin is one of those people who has a nickname that he self-proclaims. He calls himself Ed the Eagle Martin. He was part of the Stop the Steal movement after the 2020 election, and he was the January 6th defense attorney. Turns out, according to his job right after the inauguration by President Trump, he was the one who disposed of those cases after the pardons were handed down.
And what has been the reaction to these demotions, and what are they being devoted to, by the way?
Some are being devoted to the position of handling misdemeanor crimes. These are people who tackle high-profile, largest criminal prosecution in American history a few months ago. January 6 cases. There's a focus on your gun.
No one's around, and the only sound I hear is that of you snoring next to me, lost in a sweet dream. It's funny where one gets married to the touch
Just you Washington. Thank you so much, Scott. Mardi Gras celebrations achieve their high point in Humanimals tomorrow, and for the first time in history, Mexico State's security designation will be as high as the Super Bowl. CBS's device is a big easy and of course increased security.
The Big Easy, the top tourist destination for American Mardi Gras celebrations. After the Big Easy attack on the retreat that killed 14 people, the city is operating at Tier 1, the highest special event assessment rating the federal government can assign. It also needs hefty security resources from hundreds of state officers and federal agents, including Bearcat patrols and bomb-sniffing dogs. It's the first time in the nearly 200 years of the New Orleans Mardi Gras parading for the city to see its ugly sport. Steven Stavinoa is the director of field operations for Customs and Border Protection in New Orleans. Because Mardi Gras season started in January, his team has been here since before the Super Bowl. What are some of the things you're looking for?
We're looking for that lone wolf, an individual that may be trying to do something with an automobile. We're also looking for people who may possibly have IDs in their backpacks that are around the parade route.
CBP is also looking for threats by water.
Sort of traffic that seems out of place.
Matt Balzani is a marine interdiction agent for Customs and Border Protection. He's keeping watch on the Mississippi River.
Coast Guards out here, Border Patrol out here. A large event like this.
Now, what's going on is over in this year's there will be two security changes that will come here in the French Quarter of downtown New Orleans, including stronger barriers that were just installed this month. And there's also discussion of possibly making Bourbon Street permanently pedestrian access. Meanwhile, CBP teams here behind me starting bright and early in the morning as a result of several great
Thank you. Now there are three things to know. Melania Trump went to Capitol Hill today to speak out against the revenge porn, posting of intimate sexual images online. The First Lady lobbied for a bipartisan measure called the Take It Down Act. It would make it a federal crime to post such images without consent, and would also require online platforms to remove them swiftly. If you're kicking yourself for falling, I should say, for an online scam, you have plenty of company to report. The Consumer Financial Services Company Bankrate said 1 in 3 American adults claim they experienced financial fraud in the past year. Baby boomers were the largest group to be targeted, but half of the younger folks, Gen Z, said they lost money. There was a different kind of a sting. It was at Boston's Logan Airport. A woman was stung by a scorpion while picking up her luggage at customs after flying in from Mexico. She was treated at an area hospital in Berlin. Officials have said where the scorpion might have come from. Scorpions are mostly found in desert regions, which does not include baggage claim, no matter how long it takes. Still ahead on CBS News Plus, what happened after the Supreme Court race will be used in competitions against her might surprise you. And this
Because I'm holding on to the memories of what it could and should be, but I know I should let it go. But love won't let me walk away, 'cause I still believe you'll come around one day. Oh, but please don't let my poor heart wait in vain. If you don't love me, if you don't love me, then just walk away.
Texas aerospace company actually did it. Successful landing by a private firm. It's the second private mission.
There would be no reason for
First lander
you
on the moon
to hold
after
back
touchdown.
feeling,
Or however
but
you depth of more
make things so
looks at the mission
complicated.
behind the historic feat.
Said you needed space and
That's
time.
the way, probably.
How can you look me in my eyes? How can you tell me you can't? How can I make you understand that you are for me? Can't you see?
They're so proud of, that lander and the team that
Love
goes
won't
in. It's
let
incredible.
me walk away, 'cause I still believe you'll come around one day. Oh, but please don't let my poor heart wait in vain.
So their cameras distributed basically all the way around the lander.
Don't love me, then walk away.
Its mission, over 10 payloads to the lunar surface for NASA.
So if you kind of look down, you see over there, you see that spout kind of coming down. That's the drill. And it was going down and go into the lunar surface.
This drill will try to penetrate 9 feet below the surface to measure temperature.
Let me walk away, 'cause
Our payloads are collecting data so you can figure out what does it feel like to be on the lunar surface, to operate on the lunar surface. So all that data will inform the actual position. It really does open up a new way for us to get more science to space and to the moon.
you don't love me, then walk
Until the
away.
sun sets and its batteries drain.
It's nervous to think about.
But where Alex was until someday and what we've seen so far away. Not anymore.
You just imagine, like, that's where it's going to be, but now you know it's there. And that's a totally different feeling. So, yeah, the next time we do it, I just want some people staring at all that.
Landing at a time, space companies like Firefly now do today. The right stuff. Mark Strassman, CBS News, Atlanta.
College admissions are no longer affected by the policy known as affirmative action, or are they? Big cities. This afternoon, the Senate voted to confirm Linda McMahon as Education Secretary. But before she gets in, the department is already making moves for colleges and universities to end diversity initiatives or risk losing federal funding. The demand stems from the Supreme Court banning the use of race in admissions in 2023. In a report for the Atlantic entitled "The Race-Blind College Admissions Era is Off to a Weird Start," writer Rose Horowitz says the impact has been mixed, so we asked her why. Tonight's of your story, which is that the race-blind college admissions era is off to a weird start. What makes it weird?
Almost everyone thought that universities would kind of see a big decline in admission of Black and Latino students, and in some places, certainly that's what's happening, but there have been political exceptions where they've actually seen an increase in Black and Latino students after the affirmative action. So it's just a weird finding.
Right, let's start with the ones that did drop. That was the story everybody was expecting, right?
Yes, so it seems like we saw, I guess, 60% decline in their share of Black students compared to years before the decision. Harvard, which was the school at the center of litigation, the most public influence. So there was certainly a lot of schools that did.
More interesting part of weirdness, which is those schools where there was not this fall off. What explains that?
So that's led to kind of these similar theories. And one is that universities are able to maintain racial demographics without institutional rules. And the other is that they aren't following either the letter or the spirit of the Supreme Court rule.
Now let's go to the possibility of cheating, and that is essentially what's the argument in
or explain how the results got their results because they haven't really been shown to get rid of the conditions or disorder preferences, and because they aren't allowed to just give advantages to, as an African American who writes about overcoming adversity, they would also have to give it to an Asian student who would write about that experience. So that argument is just that universities kind of haven't explained how they can get these numbers because they really need to change it and making it really most well-known is Edward Blue, the leader of Citizens Fair admissions, which brought this case against Harvard, and it's really written letters to Yale president to they argue that they need to explain how they got their results, or else other works actually
in the next couple of years, that will give us a signal about which way the story is going.
Come down. At least we're going to see these schools that are under a lot of pressure on the side. The schools that saw victimize and Black and Latino students are going to be under pressure to kind of beat those up. And the schools that didn't see victimize, they might come under great scrutiny from the federal government.
Your race college admission story, which is really fascinating. Thanks for being with us. It's America Day, and I'll be reading to you from my reporter's notebook. That's it. I'm going to try your patience. Can you stick with me to the end of this essay about National Read Across America Day? Oh no, there goes the doorway. Deciding this topic can't be interesting enough to stick with, especially if there are videos accents that you can watch. For those of you who stayed, I'm guessing you were readers. Not because that's the topic, but because reading has conditioned you to tolerate moments that are not constantly filled with stimulus. Before this is one reason we dedicate a day to reading for young people. Beyond building concentration, reading excites the imagination and teaches us to manage complex ideas. One study found that reading about experiences activates the same brain regions as actually having those experiences. Another study showed that imagining fictional characters' journeys improves your ability to understand real people's emotions and perspectives. But fewer of us are reading these days. The majority of the country does not read a single book in a year. And the quality of the experience has been in decline for a while because smartphones steal our attention. This means reading is now a defiant act. Reading is a revolt against the forces from commerce to politics and pride on keeping us in a partial state of attention. A revolt against the forces who install that itchy feeling that makes you open an app, look at it, close it, and then open it again seconds later without thinking. These don't even have the refrigerators. Read Across America Day coincides with Dr. Seuss's birthday. Though designed for children, the day does what most of Seuss's works do. Remind adults of what is important in their lives through constant distraction. And that's tonight's guest. Plus, thanks for joining us. I'm John Peterson. Good night. See you.
It's 12,000 experts here to help. To fly the hurricanes, to deploy underwater sensors scientists to train models predicting tomorrow or 2100. We need to let our staff continue its mission. We need to let them continue delivering.
Dr. Sarah Cooley until recently. She was a scientist at NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which is the part of the federal government that does, little things that anybody can do. Tracking hurricanes and tornadoes and tsunamis, stuff you can do at home. Hundreds of scientists like Dr. Cooley were fired from NOAA last week by Trump and his Trump campaign donor indiscriminately eliminating homelands in the U.S. government, especially the parts being used. Dr. Cooley, along with 1,000 other former NOAA employees and supporters, such as members of the public and Democratic members of Congress and the U.S. Senate, all stood outside NOAA headquarters today, just outside D.C., to protest all those firings and doctors and scientists who have been fired from their job. And I have those signs that said save NOAA, firing the scientists from the U.S. There's also another protest in D.C. This was to defend the federal government as we move a few miles down the road. This one is for employees for the CFPB that is to a financial protection bureau. Employees there were ordered by the White House to stop all of their work. They held this rally not at CFPB headquarters, but outside the federal courthouse in D.C., where a court fight is underway, challenging the legality. It's not gathered today outside Winterset Square Metro Station. D.C.'s Metro stop. The White House is also right near the headquarters of the DA that is theirs. Especially if it's the DA, just looking outside and falling for them. Besides, I only say federal workers are heroes. Today. This is on the weekend in D.C. A crowd turning out for a transgender unity rally. They started in front of the U.S. Capitol and marched to the White House.
Kentucky road.
Weekend of protests at Tesla.
Where it goes, no one knows. We will go there, we will see what we can find. On this road, who knows what stories will be told of this time. All of the memories will be yours. They'll be mine, on this Kentucky road, in the cold and the dark and the wilderness. We'll see some things that most people probably would miss of, yeah. On the Kentucky road, on the Kentucky road, on the Kentucky road. There ain't no buffalo on Kentucky road, but you might see a mole or a hole in the road. Cause here is some frosties left over from the cold. Frosty left over from the on the Kentucky road.
So the closed correctional facility at the detention center for ICE. There's also a big march in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania this weekend protesting the massive indiscriminate cuts to the federal workforce. The workers will see their sister this weekend. Outside every flag across the Golden Gate Bridge. Protesters also lined up along the side of the road this weekend outside President Trump's development in Florida. And there's also happened in the national parks this weekend. Check this out. This was in Yosemite National Park in California. Also on the edge of Grand Canyon in Arizona. The St. Louis March in Missouri at the Bay just outside Acadia National Park. There was Save Our Parks protests after more than 100 different national parks all over the country this weekend protesting the firing of parks employees by the Trump White House. When I say it was all over the country, I mean it was really all over the place. This was the Denali National Park in Alaska, the Arches National Park in Utah, Valley Forge National Historic Park in Pennsylvania. This folks stayed out in the snow protesting at the Indiana Dunes National Park. This was outside Rocky Mountain National Park in Northern Colorado. People lined up on the side of the road holding sea
It's a place where we will go, and it doesn't matter what direction we will go down the road. Yeah.
National Park has announced that they are not
that I hope we might see. Some other people lost in the woods, but we'll eventually get back. We'll get to where we should be. On the Kentucky road. On the Kentucky road. On the Kentucky road. Down that Kentucky road, oh, that is the place where we will go. Yeah. Could
This weekend, the American people making themselves so that they are showing up. Also, this weekend, the president decided to take a vacation. He brought families who couldn't stay for long this weekend to go skiing in Sugar Bush. They were headed to the ski resort.
I'm talking about the Kentucky road.
Especially after his
You got no attention, and you got no name. You're just faceless numbers who all think the same. And in your head, nothing's changed. Everything's perfect, and that's how it'll stay.
We're starting to absorb this news that the U.S. is not only dropping sanctions against Russia and cutting off all aid to Ukraine, but also ordering a U.S. military cyber command stand down in all of its operations against Russia. Just a moment ago, I showed you some of the protests that greeted Vice President J.D. Vance trying to go skiing this weekend at Sugar Bush in Vermont. Streets of Vermont absolutely filled up with people telling him to get out of town. J.D. Vance is a traitor and the skiing of Russia. But you know what? Do not underestimate the stamina and determination and tolerance of the Midwesterners when it gets to this part of the winter. They can pretty much take anything. So not only did they protest J.D. Vance at the ski mountain up in Waitsfield, Vermont, telling him to get out of town, there was also a whole other group of protesters waiting for him when he tried to get out of town. This was in Waitsfield. This dropped under our history. This was also the route to the airport for J.D. Vance. It sounded like
And the silent reminder.
And you know, it wasn't just Vermont. They ran the streets to show their support for Ukraine and their objections to the United States relying on something like this was shown in Carolina this weekend in and Washington, D.C. and Seattle, Washington this weekend. Protesters holding pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia demonstrations in the wake of President Trump and President J.D. Vance aligning themselves with the Russian Federation and against our ally. So that was this weekend. Now, today, we are confronting a series of headlines that seem to make it official. That the Secretary of Defense orders a halt to cyber operations against Russia.
Get a youth, a Rasta. Long time we have here to the struggle. It's time for us to elevate ourselves out of the rubble. It's kind of struggle. Keep the works bubbling. Remember, it's not where we're coming from. It's where we're going. Progress, me say, and me know me poor, yes. I the big man up above, I me do up no bread. Progress, me say, and me know me poor, yes. Them a send me a threat, but a life over death. Progress, me say, and me know me poor, yes. And the hard work, it one always a sweat. Progress, me say, and me know me poor, yes. Enough of them sell out and take the what left. On a high class, we not no sign for years. Some boy a lock gun a just case them a case. Pass them on the corner a place full face. Pass but look more a just gun in a them place. We didn't go a same school them did in a higher grade. But out of me book me a tell them take a page. Go and go look a work, go and go look a trade or sell some CD on the front page. Work as me say and me know me more yes. And the big man up above I me know no bread. Work as me say and me know me more yes. Them a send me a check but a life over debt. Work as me say and me know me more yes. And the hard working one always a sweat. Work as me say and me know me more yes. None of them sell out and take the what left. For the day me born me a hunt for my own. Ceaseless fire burn me never bring a gun. Me a tell you about the life when me living at the slum. No food can't find a just be able to run. Well a revolution me a tie me shoes lace. You can't style rasta so no looking at me face. You tell everybody say that you run the place. When the fire get ready you have to run out of the place. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. And the big man up above I me know more breath. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. Them a send me a threat but a life over death. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. And the hard working one always a sweat. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. None of them sell out and take the what left. On a high class with an unsigned for years. Some boy a lock gun a just case them a case. Pass them on the corner a place full face. Pass but look more a just gun in a them place. We didn't go a same school them did in a higher grade. But out of me book me a tell them take a page. Go and go look a work, go and go look a trade or sell some CD on the front page. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. And the big man up above I me do up low bread. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. Them a send me a check but a life over debt. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. And the hard working one always a sweat. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. None of them sell out and take the one left. Sheldon, yeah, Kwame, yeah, Alfonso, yeah, Buddy, yeah, all people, yeah, we are stars, yeah, we are stars, yeah, Rasta. Workers me say and me know me poor yes. And the big man up above I me know no bread. Workers me say and
$3.8 or so billion that were left in that, but there's not any money that's still left to reimburse the U.S. military for that. So that money has basically been lost. There really hasn't been anything spending to Ukraine. But there was money, or there was still additional weapons that were being sent as part of other disbursements. So, for instance, the last presidential drone authority announcements had to those vehicles. Those are still being flown into Ukraine. And then there's another pot of money that has existed for the last 3 years called the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. That's sort of longer-term weapon systems and equipment that could take years in some cases to deliver to Ukraine. What we found out tonight is that the United States is pausing all of those shipments for now. And again, just like the Cyber Command decision, it's just not how clear that's going to last. Now, why I keep going back to how long these decisions and these announcements will last is because it will prove whether this really is something that the United States has decided to do as part of the negotiation, or whether it is, as some have claimed, that this could be a sign of, in an effort to that President Trump has made very clear that he wants to normalize relations with Moscow, that this could be part of a capitulation to that effort, Rachel.
And just to be clear, with all of these things that Russia has now seemed effectively, just in terms of viewpoints from the U.S. government, halting aid to Ukraine, sanctions on Russia, having a high-level U.S. government meeting between the Russian and U.S. government, President Trump publicly advocating that Russia be let back in the G7, saying that he wants to have a one-on-one summit with Vladimir Putin, Russia being invited to reopen your embassy and full consulate strength in the United States, with all of these things that the U.S. has now given to Russia. it's so it's not nothing that we are aware of at this point. And you know, officials, we decided on October 1st, officials were saying, well, the United States needs to show some good faith here, so is it possible that Russia will do something? Robert Zelensky has made it very clear that he doesn't think that Russia will negotiate in any way. At this point, we're not aware of anything that made it being given to U.S. citizens. That's a whole lot. That's a lot, right? We really appreciate you being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we got more news ahead. All right, thanks to all for joining us this hour as well. Really happy to have you here. So on July 10th, 1940, the German Air Force started its large-scale attack on our closest overseas ally, Great Britain. That was the start of the Battle of Britain. And at that point, Great Britain was the last man standing in Western Europe. The Germans had spread out into Austria and into Czechoslovakia, and then they took Poland and Denmark and Norway and Belgium and Netherlands and Luxembourg and France. Nazi Germany was just rolling through all of those countries. And at the end, Britain was it. Starting July 10th, 1940, the might of the German Air Force turned its sights to destroying and ultimately trying to take Britain as well, because they wanted all. They wanted all of Europe. And therefore, the United States had to decide what we were going to do. It was not just our closest overseas ally, but here was the last country standing in the way of total multi-domination of all of Europe, which is what Hitler seemed to want to use, not only for its own ends, but he seemed to want to use that as the cornerstone of a global Third Reich, Nazi world domination. And here's where Great Britain was standing as the last thing between them and control that area. So what we got to President Roosevelt wanted to do was help Great Britain stand up to the Nazis and to hold the line. FDR expected a huge amount of political capital to do that, and also just capital money to send Britain as much support as he could manage, short of us getting into the war ourselves in 1940. That's what FDR did. That is what we remember the United States doing as a country. But at the time, it definitely wasn't like a consensus decision. That is definitely what President Roosevelt wanted to do, but lots of other people in the country did not want to do that at all. Remember that day, July 10th, that's when the German Air Force started attacking the British in July 10th. Exactly 1 month later, on August 10th, 1940, a sitting U.S. Senator gave a national speech on Britain in which he demanded that England should say thank you to us. They should be more grateful. They should show us some respect. Frankly, all our allies should. All of the things for them. And it was time, frankly, for them to start paying respect. That senator's name was Ernest Lundeen, the senator from Minnesota. And in Congress, he informed something called the Make Europe Pay War Debts Committee. Said that we shouldn't be helping our so-called allies in Europe at all, because frankly, those allies, especially England, they owed us. They owed us money for the First World War. Money they hadn't been able to pay back yet. We should focus now on making them pay us back, rather than us giving them any payoff. They're being invaded and attacked by a huge Nazi war machine, which has already invaded and taken over the whole rest of Western Europe. We should be collecting right now. They owe us for helping them already. First of all, in no way should we be giving any more. The idea of maybe similar nations and focus specifically on how we should pay their debts to us. His design committee was said that they should That was because our allies were in the middle of being invaded and bombed and occupied by the Nazis, but this seems like a good moment to see if we can get some stuff up.
Senior, the island may be necessary. This was once indicated by Andrew Jackson. Our
Seize their finance to cover some of their debt to us. Let them fight off the Nazis themselves. They owe us. We shouldn't be helping them anymore. When they pulled his body out of the wreckage, they found in the pocket of his jacket a draft speech that he had been planning on giving in the United States Senate. That was kind of along the same lines as that radio address. Definitely don't support our supposed allies as they are fighting Hitler. Who cares about whether or not they can fight Hitler off or not? What's too bad about it anyway? That was the draft speech in his pocket. He never had to get that speech. Not my crash. But that speech that he had on it, they had in his pocket when he died. Turns out that speech was written for him by the Nazi government. By a Nazi by the Hitler government, top paid propaganda agent in the United States. Turns out that Senator Ernest Levy paid by the Nazis. He had been on Hitler's payroll the whole time. Hitler's government was paying him to argue in Washington, to use his position as a U.S. Senator to make his case to the American people that we shouldn't be helping our allies fight back against the Nazis in Europe. We should instead focus on getting them to apologize to us for not being able to pay back everything we did for them in the First World War. We should be getting them to shoot their lives into us next, by figuring out what they can do, what they can give up of their own resources, and prioritize paying us while they're fighting off the Nazis for them. That happened in August 1904.
I've been told my senior official here that nothing's going to happen with this mineral steel and ultralight steel. The cameras have been made for an explicit public apology.
85 years ago in 1940, Ernest Levy was just a senator. He wasn't the president or vice president. Sign up for the PS Black Card and get your first month free. $1 down equals $4.99 a month. Deal ends March 13th. And we did not adopt as a country this proposal that Hitler had stuffed in his mouth with a lot of cash. This proposal that we should refuse to even do We did not go along with that. Ernest Levy died in that plane crash. Not long thereafter, he was exposed as a paid Nazi agent. And then he quickly was forgotten. He didn't choose his course 85 years ago. He chose to go with what President Roosevelt wanted to do. He chose a very different course. And in so doing, the United States not only stood up for our allies and stood against the Nazis, the United States became the leader of the free world. And now it is 85 years later. 6 weeks into Donald Trump's second term as president. And our ally Ukraine doesn't have any islands to give up to us. But they do have minerals, I guess, that we can take off in line. So under Donald Trump offered to our ally Ukraine as they try to fight off the invasion from Russia, our offer to them is that they should be so lucky that we would to take all of their minerals. They'd be lucky to get such a deal with us. In fact, they'll only even get that deal. They'll only get the privilege of us taking their resources off of them if they want for it. But even then, there's a lot to get to just tonight in this hour on this show. We're going to be firings with federal workforce have already reversed announcements. And so, closing down. And those are our marks. And I took out footage from the protest that was held today at the National Weather Service, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, fired meteorologists and the staff of the Storm Prediction Center and the staff of the National Hurricane Center and the technicians who maintain radar systems from the Weather Service and the people who staff the modeling center that is the foundation for all our national weather forecasting. More to come tonight on the protests today and this weekend that targeted the president's top campaign donor. And some of his businesses, the president has given his top campaign donor and the lights are out. Firewall swaps of the United States government. Lots of protests against that campaign donor all over the country this weekend. We're taking place on that, as well as protests targeting the vice president when he made his decision to take a ski vacation in Vermont, which is apparently a place he has never been to. Naming senior officials at USAID clicked send on a report this weekend just before he was fired. The report detailed that agency's assessment of the consequences of President Trump and his top campaign donor just shutting off U.S. humanitarian aid and foreign aid full stop. USAID's assessment of what that will cause is a harrowing list, including nearly 28,000 new cases this year of highly infectious hemorrhagic fevers like Ebola and Marburg. 200,000 children this year paralyzed with polio. 18 million new cases of malaria this year. USAID says we also look forward to a 30% global rise in multi-drug resistant tuberculosis just this year. A single case of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, just for perspective here, costs about $150,000 to treat. 30% rise in multi-drug resistant tuberculosis worldwide this year. Nicholas Henrich, acting administrator for Global Health at USAID, was told this weekend that he was being fired and then clicked send on those reports. So it's enough he was being pushed out, at least the country will know what they are doing and what the consequences may be. And they're going to match up. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to cover every day. Increasingly with each passing day. But I gotta tell you, even just since Friday, since our last show is a list that would make her being blush. I mean, I've seen the show we did on Friday night. Even before today, even before this weekend, we had the Justice Department making a major change. Justice Department prosecutes foreign agents under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. The Justice Department announced they will no longer enforce the Foreign Agent Registration Act. The FBI and the Cybersecurity Division of Homeland Security, they will have election security units that monitor and combat foreign influence operations specifically targeting our elections. Under Trump, that FBI task force and that part of CISA, the Cybersecurity Agency, have been shut down. Trump's Justice Department has also announced that it is closing its unit that seeks to enforce economic sanctions against Russia. Task Force Trump-Bill Capture is now gone. Russia kicked USAID out of Russia in 2012. Vladimir Putin has sought since then to demonize USAID, to try to get USAID kicked out of as many other countries as he can. Well, Trump decided that USAID would be the first agency he and Elon Musk would target to fully shut down. Last week, Trump specifically shut down the American project that helps Ukraine keep up its electrical grid. Keep its electrical grid up and running as Russia has bombed it and attacked it over and over and over again during this war, specifically to try to freeze the civilian population to death in order to force Ukraine to surrender. Last week, the United States, with a major social assistance to Ukraine, electricity on as of last week, Trump has withdrawn that. The United Nations, under Donald Trump, he sided with Russia and against Ukraine and all of our allies when it came to a resolution marking the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. now says that Russia should be allowed back into the G7. Trump sent a high-level delegation, U.S. government delegation, to meet with the Russian government in Saudi Arabia. He says he's looking forward to meeting Putin himself in person. Maybe he can invite him to the White House. I fully expect that he will. Trump appointed a new director of the FBI and was recently paid $25,000 to appear in an anti-FBI propaganda film made by a guy who has been paid by the government to make pro-Russian propaganda. In his first day of the job at the FBI, he announced that he's moving 1,500 FBI agents out of Washington and that he was thinking was in a home in Las Vegas. Also, that nobody has to wear a suit anymore at the FBI. The New York Times reports that he also, in his first meeting with FBI agents, seemed to not know that intelligence and counterintelligence are two different things. Mr. Vitelli used the words intelligence and counterintelligence both interchangeably, suggesting that he was confusing them, according to half a dozen people familiar with the call at FBI. How are things going over at CIA? Well, CIA, they're carrying out the largest mass firings in 50 years. And then they sent a list of CIA employees to the White House in an unclassified email. CNN now reports on the new naval intelligence document, which says on foreign adversaries, including Russia, have directed intelligence services.
After supper, on the front porch swing, the screen door bounces with a worn-out spring. Losing light, it'll be dark soon. On the right, strawberry moon. Summer solstice, evening star. I wish I may, I wish I might. Lightning bugs in an old fruit jar. Vespers of a summer night.
The so-called Five Eyes intelligence sharing arrangement that we have with our closest allies, including Britain, Canada,
Baseball game on the radio. Your good neighbor, WCCO. Bases loaded, Harmon Killebrew, Herb Carneal, and a beer or two. Summer solstice, evening star. I wish I may, I wish I might. Lightning bugs in an old fruit jar. Vespers of a summer night.
Trump is inviting the Russians to establish a full diplomatic presence in the United States.
As hosts of managing under Russian women wildfires and make sure natural forests stay healthy.
Israel demands all of their consulates have been on that at CNN. Russia seeks talks with U.S. as a way to rebuild spy networks. Cybersecurity publication
Gardens in, you can smell the dirt. A little rain wouldn't hurt. Grass is getting long, gotta cut it soon. Get to that tomorrow afternoon. Summer solstice, evening star. I wish I may, I wish I might. Lightning bugs in an old fruit jar. Vespers of a summer night. Lightning bugs in an old fruit jar. Vespers of a summer night.
Hey, that can't be right. They asked him about those reports. He said he was full of this. The Trump administration could not possibly have told Cyber Command to stand down on Russia. But yeah, believe it. In fact, they have. Tonight, they demanded the resignation of the chief of the FBI. Who spent most of his career investigating or supervising. tonight, the U.S.
Aye, aye, my mission is to transmit signals from the Most High, cause I have seen visions of the Most High. This is a message from the Most High. Do thy work thyself. And do my best and leave the rest up to the Most High. Receive the blessings of the Most High. Make another step up to the Most High. Do thy work thyself. Go before I. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. Go before I. Go before I. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself.
He doesn't have islands that he could see, so presumably if they did who is this for? And tell me who is the swing state voter in Pennsylvania or Nevada or North Carolina? Whose issue in this election was?
If the world is a stage, that means it is a show place. Everyone on the front, they must show face. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. Just for me inspiration in a low place. We take the fast place like how we take the slow place. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. I go before us, Jah go before us. Go before us, Jah go before us. Do thy work thyself. Go on and do thy work thyself. Go before us, Jah go before us. Go before us, Jah go before us. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. The more precious the treasure, it's harder to locate. And when you find it, it's you have to donate. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. The budget with the pan, it's maga like a shoelace. But the most time, we never ever lose faith. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. My mission is to transmit signals from the Most High, cause I have seen visions of the Most High. This is a message from the Most High. Do thy work thyself. I do my best and leave the rest up to the Most High. Receive the blessings of the Most High. Take another step up to the Most High. Do thy work thyself. Go before, go before. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. Go before, go before. Go before, go before. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. Most High, Most High.
The reality is that he controls the government, and that's the way that things changed in the U.S. government's orientation. And it really is unimaginable that Trump hasn't already given him in just these 6 months. You know what? The American people haven't changed. We haven't changed things. Less than 10% of the American people say the United States shouldn't trust Vladimir Putin. It's not us. It's not the people of the American. It's not the American people. It's not the people of the United States.
My mission is to transmit signals from the Most High, cause I have seen visions of the Most High. This is a message from the Most High. Do thy work thyself. I do my best and leave the rest up to the Most High. Receive the blessings of the Most High. Make another step up to the Most High. Do thy work thyself. Go before, go before. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself. Go before, go before. Go before, go before. Do thy work thyself. Do thy work thyself.
just holding out our fingers and our mouths, waiting to be put in our place. And something's gonna break, I know it's gonna break, I know it's gonna break it too. And someone's gonna hurt, I know they're gonna hurt it better off than you. And the simple schemes of idiot dreams are all we have to show for the day. And we think we're so much better, we know we're so much better than those who got lost along the way. And something's gonna break, I know it's gonna break, I know it's gonna break it too. And someone's gonna hurt, I know they're gonna hurt it better off than you. And you look at the skies and you search for your answers, only to hang your head and shine. And you look at the sky and you look for some answers, someday take you away from this place. The sun in this face. Promises change quicker than fits in the lies. Let me do it all over. I know I can do better. I can cut you down to size. And something's gonna break. I know it's gonna break. I know it's gonna break it too. And someone's gonna hurt. I know they're gonna hurt it better off than you. And something's gonna break. I know it's gonna break. I know it's gonna break it too. And someone's gonna hurt. I know they're gonna hurt it better off than you.
Gone is the day, I don't need it anyway. Lost here in the night, nothing said, nothing to say. I could just leave this earth forever. These feelings would have to stay. Silent is the sound of this trembling, crumbling ground, shaken by a word. No more talking, pass it around. If only my heart had lived to join me.
Tiếp theo thì mình sẽ yêu màu bị đám mây và màu hồng các bạn.
I never thought I would develop shingles. I was wrong. Talk to your doctor today.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Today, Donald Trump irreparably destroyed the 80-year-old Humanimals order. Total abandonment of Ukraine in front of the cameras was on display for the entire world to see. It was a truly historic moment, not in a good way. One that I fear realigned the world order, upending the only foreign policy consensus that most living Americans and Europeans have ever known. Today's Oval Office meeting started to turn ugly when Trump apparently thought that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was not being deferential enough to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I really come from your strong position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that's very important to say these words to Putin at the very beginning. At the very beginning of the war, because he's a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him.
I'm alive with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make it deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. It only got worse from there as Trump and his vice president lashed out against Zelensky in the Oval Office. We're going to play all 7 minutes of that exchange. It happened earlier, so a lot of people work, and you've probably seen clips, but the context here is important. Everyone should see how the president and vice president of the United States conducted themselves on the world stage.
He broke the ceasefire. He killed a lot of people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy GD you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country. Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
That you see what problems we have.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people in your military? And do you think it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure, post the war, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have isolation and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless. You're not war. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve the problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. I'm not telling you. This is no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. You're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong. You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he's happens to be right about the very beginning of the war. You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't have any cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's back here far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, you said thank you. You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October, offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America in the
president is trying to save your country.
Please, you see that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble. No, you're doing a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
In this
We
cabinet.
gave you, the stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment. And you men are brave, but they had to use our military equipment. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something less. In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you this.
Thank you. Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. You're people that died. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, they're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Most of them just stop the war.
But I say you don't want a ceasefire. I want a ceasefire because you get a ceasefire faster than anybody.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama. Excuse me. That was with Obama who gave you sheets and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards. It's going to be a tough deal to make. Because the attitudes have to change. What do you say?
She's asking what if Russia breaks the ceasefire.
Well, what if anything? What if the bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden didn't respect them. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him in Russia. Russia. You ever hear that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break it with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen it enough. What do you think? Yeah?
accused Zelensky of being disrespectful. You heard the whole exchange. What do you think was being disrespectful? I don't think it's hyperbole to say we as a country have never quite seen anything like this particularly appalling spectacle before. Once the meeting concluded, President Zelensky was kicked out of the White House without even signing the rare earth mineral deal. That's the deal that Trump wanted to sign. He's been trying to bully him into signing to give away resources. It's the deal that Trump kept calling a raw earth deal. Trump wanted him to strong arm him into joining on the deal and signing the deal in the White House today. That was the cost of U.S. support. Give us your minerals, you take, and then maybe we'll see what we can do for you. A planned joint press conference between him and President Trump was abruptly canceled. In later remarks to reporters today, Trump let slip the real reason he kicked Zelensky out today.
He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer.
He got upset because he was saying negative things about Donald Trump's buddy, mentor, something else, Vladimir Putin. That's what happened. Or, alternately, another way that today looks to me on its face is that it was a planned ambush to effectively jettison Ukraine and complete the switching of sides of the U.S. in line with, again, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's Russia first views. They like Russia. They want the U.S. to be more like Russia. They like Vladimir Putin. They don't like democratic countries. Predictably, Donald Trump's Republican toadies practically tripped over themselves to be the first to lavish praise on this morning's embarrassing display. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who was rather quiet during much of the meeting, sitting there sullenly on the couch, found his voice on social media posting thank you notice for standing up for America in a way that no president has ever encouraged you before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you. Meanwhile, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, earlier this month, and I mean like a few weeks ago, on tape, in front of the whole world, called Zelensky the ally he, quote, been hoping for all my life. Is now also apparently on Team Russia.
I've never been more proud of President Trump for showing the American people in the world you don't trifle with this man. JD was awesome. This is a missed opportunity, and the question for me, for the Ukrainian people, I don't know if Zelensky can ever get you to where you want to go with the United States. Either he dramatically changes, or you need to get somebody new. For him, I would profusely apologize for the way he treated our president and the vice president in the Oval Office. I don't know if you can repair the damage. I don't know if you can ever do a deal with Zelensky anymore.
Let's be clear. There is a lot, so much to criticize about the past 80 years of American foreign policy. I've been doing a lot of that criticizing myself for most of my time as a professional journalist and commentator. What Donald Trump is building in its wake right now, in front of all of us, with these actions, he's doing things, not just words. With the United States partners itself with authoritarian regimes, sides of Vladimir Putin, against democratic allies, is undoubtedly worse than what we had before. This will have massive consequences for global politics for decades to come. The American-European alliance is effectively over. The North Star of the post-war order with the United States' strongest alliances are with fellow democracies over authoritarian regimes has ended. 80 years of diplomacy, born of ashes and 35 million dead. Undone. By one and a half men. I think it makes America weaker, definitely. More vulnerable. It is going to make the world more dangerous as a result, no question. We're already seeing our European allies scrambling to avoid leadership France and Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Spain, and Sweden, among others, immediately issued strong statements of support for the Ukrainian people who were invaded and have been shot at and getting killed by Russian soldiers. It appears
Americans, they too are waking up to the stark reality that America under Donald Trump will no longer be a leader on the world stage.
You're not acting grateful enough. You're not being thankful. Donald Trump is the leader of Ukraine. During our ongoing coverage, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, former National Security Advisor to President Obama, Ambassador Susan Rice is here. Ambassador, your reaction?
Well, Nicole, obviously it's a very sad day and an embarrassment for the United States on the world stage. But let's step back and analyze what's happened here. I think there's no question that this was a setup. You heard Donald Trump say at the end with that clip he played, this is great television. This was a setup. Volodymyr Zelensky was compelled to agree to a horrible deal that would have sent Ukraine's minerals to the United States without any concrete security guarantees. And yet, because he was trying to improve a relationship with Donald Trump, he came to Washington, he came to the Oval Office, and sat down for a meeting, hand in hand. And soon after he got there, the Vice President of the United States lit into him and started a confrontation. Now, I've been in countless Oval Office meetings with heads of state, presidents, and vice presidents, as National Security Advisor, as UN Ambassador, and in other roles. I can tell you that the Vice President or the Secretary of State or anybody else, they don't jump in, hijack a conversation without the express blessing of the President of the United States. So J.D. Vance did that deliberately. Donald Trump knew what he was going to do, and I think, as he said at the end, because he can't, help himself, this was a setup for the cameras. It was a play to his base, but above all, it was a play to Vladimir Putin, to show fealty to Vladimir Putin, and to try to humiliate Zelensky. But Zelensky didn't play along with the script, because Zelensky's got dignity and guts, and Zelensky has people that he democratically represents. And as a result, he couldn't sit there in silence as lies were being told about how the war was started and whose responsibility it was, et cetera, et cetera. And he tried to explain what is in fact the case. To suggest that he was not thankful, I can't count the number of times that Zelensky has thanked the American people, the American government, the President of the United States for the critical support that we provided. It's not about gratitude. It was an effort to humiliate him, to scuttle the U.S.-Ukraine relationship so that Trump no longer feels any obligation to provide support and to hand U.S. interests in Ukraine and potentially Europe to Putin on a silver platter. Why? That's a great question.
Susan, we're gonna unfreeze you. I want to play some more of the president in the Oval Office if we have more on that. We're trying to Ambassador, you're unfrozen?
I hope so.
I say why, and I'll add this. Trump had so much to say about everything he and Putin had been through together. It was like a dictator's version of We Can Do Hard Things, if you're familiar with that podcast. It was insane.
Yeah, Nicole, I think we have to understand that what happened today is really a piece of a larger puzzle. We've seen this building, frankly, since before the Trump returned to office. But literally, so much of what he has done in his first 5 weeks in office have been to the benefit of Russia and China. So let's review the video. Threatening our ally in Denmark, in Greenland. Starting a trade war with our closest allies and partners. Trying to create a conflict with Canada and trying to pretend to relegate it to the 51st state. Vance going to Munich and basically trying to blow up the NATO alliance. for international development 100% off the map and retreating, proposing to cut 8% a year from the Department of Defense and literally dismantling the federal government and eviscerating it. That is not in any way, shape, or form in the national security interests of the United States. We are not only alone and alienated from our closest allies in Europe and Asia, as we heard from the Turnbull, but worse, we have aligned ourselves completely with Russia, who is aligned with China, North Korea, and Iran. So in 5 weeks, we flipped the script, and we are dangerously isolated and cast our lot with adversaries who truly do not have our interests in heart.
I mean, Andrew Nastios, who was the head of USAID for George W. Bush, was on the program and made the argument that USAID keeps us safe it kept us safe from another 9/11 in the years after 9/11 because by stemming catastrophe and human suffering, you also counter extremism in some of the most brutal and hostile corners of the globe. The aid isn't just still. Which seems to be Donald Trump's misunderstanding of it, that aid is one of our most mighty soft power tools, not just for ending human suffering, but for keeping us safe here. Another person described this as the worst 24 hours in modern American history, that we dismantle programs to spare children from dying of malaria, measles, mumps, preventable deaths and diseases, and we dismantle the World Alliance. What is Trump's endgame if you're an adversary or an ally looking at everything he's doing?
I think his endgame is to undermine the security and stability of the United States. And that brings us back to the question that you asked earlier. Why? There's no other way to look at this in sum, Nicole, than to see that this is a deliberate and comprehensive weakening of the United States in very short order, from a security point of view, from an economic point of view, from a diplomatic point of view, all to the benefit of our principal adversaries, Russia primarily and China. And so I think the sooner the American people understand what this is about, what's at stake, the clearer we can be. Now, Vladimir Putin is not popular in the United States. 80% of Americans understand him to be the vicious, cruel dictator that he is. But I'd love to hear more than one Republican in Congress stand up and say that this is not who the United States is. This is not what we signed up for. And more importantly, this is not making America safer. It's in fact making and shrinking in the world and American less safe.
I mean, before the Oval Office ambush, Republicans were on the record as recently as last week criticizing Putin, calling him what he is, and praising Zelensky. At least one Republican senator, I think it's Mr. Wicker, deleted a tweet today and got in line with almost the same. This is Senator Wicker deleted a tweet highlighting the meeting with Zelensky and the bipartisan group of senators this morning, which he said went swimmingly. It went great. Zelensky was impressive and courageous and brave. The Democrats and Republicans left that meeting with high praise for Zelensky. He deleted his tweet praising Zelensky after Trump and Vance berated him in what he described as a setup. What does that send to the world, that message?
It's tragic. Senator Wicker knows better. So do many of the senators on both sides of the aisle that participated in that meeting earlier.
There's that tweet up on the screen again. This was from this morning. Republican Senator Wicker tweeted, "Today, several U.S. senators had the opportunity to with President Zelensky to discuss Ukraine's future, and the mineral deal brokered by President Trump. This is a huge step forward in securing mutual prosperity and peace for Americans and Ukrainians. Senator Wicker tweeted that and then deleted it. Susan Rice.
He deleted it knowing better, as do so many of his Republican colleagues, as well as Democrats. And they are just kowtowing to a leader out of fear and cowardice, and selling out the national interest in the process. For all this talk, we've heard for decades about how strong and muscular the Republicans are on national security and defense, how they stand for freedom, as Ronald Reagan did, and up for democracy. They have just folded, and they are complicit in the undermining of our national security and our national interests.
What are your worries about what happens now? Now that Putin and Vance have done this, we're at the hinge point, right? It will forever be for Ukraine. What happened before that meeting? What happens after? What is the risk now for the Ukrainian people?
Well, I worry about the Ukrainian people. I worry about Europe, and I worry about the wider world. For the Ukrainian people, they have no choice but to continue to do all that they can to defend themselves. They are facing an extremely powerful and hostile aggressor who now twice has invaded their country, and they're right to believe he'll do it again if given the opportunity. So they're going to have no choice except to continue to defend themselves. And one can hope that there might be some path to patching things up, but I think that's very hard to envision. I don't think Donald Trump wants that. I think he wants the outcome he got today. And that means that Europe and our other democratic allies, or erstwhile allies, will need to do as much as they possibly can to continue to support Ukraine. People don't recall that Europe already has provided more, billions more in assistance to Ukraine than the United States has, economic and military. They're going to need to continue to carry the load while the United States casts this lot with Vladimir.
Republicans are having a hard time with this. They try to move on to the next question. They express annoyance with their own constituents for asking about it. They get brusque and short in their answers. Or, like Senator Lisa Murkowski, they just purport to be really perplexed, really confused, really scratching my head. They have a hard time with this. All the Republicans do, especially the guy at the top.
You just mentioned Putin, though, and there's been this controversy in the past week. Can you say yes or no whether you have talked to Vladimir Putin since you stopped being president?
Well, I haven't done that. I have a relationship. I don't talk about that. I don't talk about it. I don't ever say.
I don't talk about that. I don't ever say. Why don't you talk about it? I don't ever say. Why not? What does that mean? I mean, that was right before the election. But it continued after the election. And people get so mad when I play this tape. People get very angry with me when I play this tape. And, honestly, bring it on. It makes me appreciate it all the more because clearly, at least it strikes a nerve. Watch.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin since you've been elected?
No. Well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've
I
been
don't want to
elected?
say that. I don't want to say anything about that.
I'd like to know all the language for people.
I haven't spoken to him. I don't want to say
So you've already spoken to Vladimir
I don't want
Putin?
to say that.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I can't say. Why can't you say? Why can't you say? What precludes you from saying? Listen, it's Friday tonight. Let's just do this. Let's just get to the chase here. Let's do a little look-see at the landscape to see why exactly it is so hard for Republicans to deal with this topic. What exactly is so hard for Republicans to talk about? What exactly is it that we are doing? Up to and including switching sides in a war. But it's not limited to that. It's all things that don't seem like good news for the United States. That makes it particularly hard to talk about. But nevertheless, with Donald Trump back in the White House, we keep doing these things relentlessly and urgently, and they all cut in the same direction. And it's really hard for Republicans to explain because of what it obviously means.
don't want to talk about this stuff. And it gets all the more clear when you just line this stuff up. Let me show you what I mean. Here's one. Donald Trump's hand-picked attorney general. She gets sworn in to lead the U.S. Justice Department on her first day on the job. What is the first thing she does? Headline: U.S. cuts task forces on foreign influence and Russian sanctions. Quote, in a memo sent to staff Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed she had disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, a unit dedicated to investigating violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Bondi did not elaborate, but figures on the Republican Party's conspiratorial far right have accused the government of abusing FARA to unfairly target political operatives, like Paul Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign chair, who was indicted in a probe into Russian influence in that year's U.S. election. Also on Wednesday, the day of her swearing in, Bondi disbanded Task Force Klepto Capture, an initiative started in 2022 to enforce sanctions against Russia. What is all that good for? Shutting down the Foreign Influence Task Force, shutting down enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and getting rid of the task force that enforces sanctions against Russia. What are all those things good for? Why do we do those things? And so urgently on first day on the job. Here's another one, which happened that same day. Quote, in a little notice directive on her first day in office, Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered a halt to a years-old federal law enforcement effort to combat secret influence campaigns by China, Russia, and other adversaries that try to curry favor and sow chaos in American politics. Buried on the fourth page of one of 14 policy memos Bondi issued Wednesday, the order disbands the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force. Last year, Justice Department prosecutors and FBI agents exposed an alleged scheme in which Russia-backed media funneled $10 million to a conservative U.S. media company that hired prominent right-wing influencers. So the New York Times bannered that one bluntly. Quote, Trump dismantles government fight against foreign influence operations. Dozens of employees who had been working to fight foreign interference in U.S. elections have been reassigned or forced out. That includes not only the FBI, but also CISA, the Cybersecurity Division at Homeland Security, which we soon learned the president's top campaign donor had installed a 19-year-old operative who reportedly personally operates websites in Russia and who has been associated with multiple criminal cyber hacking gangs. That's who the president's top campaign donor installed at CISA, giving him full access to systems and data at the U.S. government's cybersecurity agency. A 19-year-old kid with ties to Russia and cybercrime. What's that good for? How do you explain to your constituents who that's good for and why we are doing that as a country? And what else? What else is hard to explain to the oldie constituents when it comes to that radical switch of the U.S. government that Lisa Murkowski described? How about this? Headline: CIA plans largest mass firing in nearly 50 years. Oh, that's good for someone. Who's that good for? That came right after this. Oh, Trump's new handpicked CIA director sent a list of CIA employees to the White House in an unclassified email. Quote, current officials confirmed that the CIA had sent the names of employees to the Office of Personnel Management, complying with an executive order signed by President Trump. Senator Mark Warner, top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, wrote that the sharing of the officers' names was a, quote, disastrous national security development. One former agency officer called the reporting of the names in an unclassified email a, quote, counterintelligence disaster. Ah, yes, a disaster for the United States, and for U.S. intelligence in particular. But very good news for someone. Speaking of things that ought to be classified, headline: how Trump's security clearances order could make the U.S. vulnerable. The plan to give temporary security clearances without background checks opens the door to breaches and espionage, experts say. Giving out security clearances without background checks that look for things like, criminal entanglements, lots of debt, anything that they could blackmail you over, or any contacts with foreign governments. To make sure that you're not, secretly working for, we're not
doing the background checks anymore. Trump just has ordered that the classified material be made available to whoever he says with no checks. That doesn't seem like good news for the United States, but again, it's good news for someone. How about when they decided that the first agency they would destroy would be USAID? Who cheered the loudest for that? Russia welcomes USAID cuts, calls agency machine for interfering. It was fantastic news for someone. No one was seen to benefit more or to be more loudly cheering it on. And that was before the specific news confirmed today that among the projects Trump is explicitly and specifically turning off right now this week is the program by which the U.S. helps Ukraine keep its electric grid up and running. Even though Russia has repeatedly targeted that electric grid throughout the war, because Russia's idea of how it wants to win the unprovoked war it declared on our ally is to make the civilian population, including kids and the elderly and hospital patients and everyone, their best idea for how to prosecute that war is to cause them to freeze to death by bombing the electric grid in February. So more than any other evident targeting, they have targeted the electric grid that serves the civilian population in Ukraine. It is the United States that has helped Ukraine masterfully keep the power grid up despite those repeated onslaughts by Russia. Until this week, when Trump just cut it.
A 3% IRA match with Rocket of Gold, the reckoning has commenced.
Good news for someone, right? The President dressed up the defense secretary. He handpicked off the cast of the Fox and Friends weekend show, put him in a bright blue suit, and sent him to Europe, where he volunteered unasked that Ukraine can't be expected to keep all of its own territory. He said that would be, quote, unrealistic. It would be, quote, unrealistic to not let Russia take parts of Ukraine. He then volunteered unasked that Ukraine will not be allowed to join NATO. Now we got pro-Trump Republican senators saying, yeah, not just Ukraine won't be allowed in NATO, we ought to get out of NATO too, which of course would collapse NATO. Who would that most benefit? For whom would that be really, really good news? Donald Trump says, let's let Russia back into the G7. Donald Trump is reportedly preparing right now for his own big in-person summit with Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump already started high-level meetings between the Russian and U.S. governments, including an inexplicable 3.5-hour meeting specifically between the president's real estate friend and Vladimir Putin himself. Steve Witkoff came back from that meeting and, how'd that go? Went pretty well for someone. Headline, parroting Putin and Trump. Witkoff says Russia was provoked into invading Ukraine. Headline, Trump envoy can't name a single concession Russia will make in peace deal. What does it seem like is going on here? Imagine if a foreign adversary, imagine if the Putin government somehow could just do a thought experiment. Imagine they could somehow exert control or influence over the government of the United States. What do you think the Putin government would have the U.S. government do if he could control it? What kind of headlines would you expect to see about the operations of our government under that kind of a scenario? What would you expect the news out of the Oval Office and the White House to look like on a day like today?
You met with President Zelensky before he went to the White House today. What can you tell us about that discussion, and what did you think as you watched what happened next?
Well, I was horrified because in the morning we had a bipartisan meeting with President Zelensky with Senator Graham, Senator Wicker, Senator Grassley, and by the way, through the week, we had meetings with President Macron with a small group of senators led by Senator Ville. And what I kept thinking is, to a T, the Republican senators that have met with these foreign leaders have been very clear that they are supportive of Ukraine, at least the ones that go to the meetings, and that they believe that Vladimir Putin is the dictator and that he started this war. So we start with that. So I thought that President Zelensky, this couldn't have gone better this morning. He was actually looking forward to going over to the White House. He was in good spirits. So when I watched that video, there is one aggressor. There is one side showing disrespect, and that is when J.D. Vance berates a president of a foreign country that is our ally. Zelensky has stood up to a dictator. They have lost hundreds of thousands of people. He did it with 3 simple words the first day of the invasion when he went down to the street corner, when everyone had counted him out and said 3 words, "We are here." And that has never changed. The mass graves in Bucha, the burned out apartment buildings that I saw with my own eyes in Irpin, the Ukrainians have been incredibly brave. And so for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to look at him and say, "You never thanked us," that is just an all-out lie, and everyone knows that. So for me, I believe so strongly that we have to stand with Ukraine that I have to figure out, and so do other senators, and I did talk to Republicans tonight, where do we go from here? And there is no choice but to continue on and to find a reset. Our European allies really stood up this week. They pledged troops, Great Britain and France, to work with Ukraine in large numbers to form a security line once an agreement is reached. The Italian Prime Minister, who is very conservative, went to Trump's inauguration, has called for a summit in the last 5 hours. She has stood with Ukraine. So I think you see others standing up, as you just noted, with President Zelensky, and I hope we see more of that in the next few days. We have no choice but to move forward.
Senator, let me pick up on something you just said. You said you talked to your Republican counterparts tonight. What are they saying?
Well, there are, I talked to 2, and they would like to get this back on track. I don't think that they will be saying that publicly right now. I don't know when, but we really don't have a choice when dealing with Donald Trump. I listened to the entire Marco Rubio interview tonight, and while I completely disagreed with him as he berated again Zelensky, I just ask your viewers to watch that tape. Watch J.D. Vance's body language. Watch Zelensky saying, "Now, could I answer that? Do you mind?" He was polite, and it's not even English. It's not obviously his first language, but I believe we're going to have to move forward and find a way forward. It's just too much bloodshed, and Vladimir Putin, who has, his regime has shot down passenger planes. He is someone who has imprisoned and killed political opponents. He is someone who has killed journalists. He will not stop. And Zelensky's point tonight in that meeting was simple. He said, we need a strong ironclad security agreement, which is going to need troops and help, because whether it was a Minsk agreement or other ones, Putin has violated them. And that was the simple point he was making when J.D. Vance claimed he was being disrespectful. It is a point that numerous Republicans have made throughout the week as these European leaders have visited.
Senator, is the bottom line here that Russian President Vladimir Putin basically just wants Zelensky out of these talks, away from the negotiating table?
I mean, Putin is a strong man. He's a bully, right? And what they did today, and I just refuse to count out Ukraine, and I refuse to count out the possibility of our country still being involved in peace negotiations, because I know how strongly so many people feel about this, regardless of political party. But what they did today was undermined him. They undermined the strength of his army and his people. Afterwards, you were noting what the Russians said. The former Russian president said that they treated him as an insolent pig who finally got his slap down. Is that the result that they wanted? That maybe that's what they wanted. Maybe it was an ambush, or maybe they're just so hot-headed that they get into the meeting and they can't help themselves. Whatever it is, it's bad. And we must have a reset, and our Republicans must stand up with us, and a number of them have in the past, and say, we must move forward and stand with Ukraine.
Senator Klobuchar, I hope you're right. We'll keep our eyes open to see that happen.
It's my, John, I don't know if it will happen. I'm saying it's our only hope, because otherwise we're going to abandon this, and Vladimir Putin is going to march right through Ukraine and the next country and the next country. We have to go at this from a position of strength and not from a position of surrender.
You're not on your way to Freddy's right now. What are you even doing?
I want to do two things. We are joined by John Bolton by phone. He was National Security Advisor to Donald Trump during the events that led to Trump's first impeachment. John Bolton, hello. I want to play some sound that you and I were talking about. This is Marco Rubio and others on Putin and Zelensky before today's Oval Office ambush.
Russia is governed today by a gangster. He's basically an organized crime figure who controls the government in a large territory. There's no other way to describe Vladimir Putin.
I think this entire invasion has been irrational. It's hard to understand what is actually being fed into Putin. In terms of intelligence reporting and how much of his own propaganda he believes. What's at stake is repelling an authoritarian who basically is saying, I want the Soviet Union back, I want Ukraine back, I want Kiev back. And then what's at stake is making sure we don't allow it to become an Article 5 larger, broader war than that.
So what are your thoughts on folks, some of whom I imagine you know pretty well,